major situation come up. We're not openly a sanctuary county due to Newsom's refusal to cooperate. Our local schools are losing a substantial amount of funding. Yeah, it's really awful. I mean, I don't know why. I don't know why there's so many classes and so many schools that just have basically no real reason or willingness to do that, you know, like, or follow along with like this stuff. I think it's very, very weird that's happening. But unfortunately, that's just how things are right now. And you never learned how to put a car engine together in school? No, you didn't, but you could sign up for a class that's going to teach you about what a 4-cycle engine is, or it's going to teach you what the different parts of a car are. Like, I mean, they're not teaching you how to build an entire fucking engine. They're teaching you basic things and basic understanding, right? It's the same as school, like a computer class will, right? A shop class. Yeah, some classes you really can't. Yeah, exactly. And it's that simple. So proud. Found out about problem, reaction, solution many times ago. To hear it used so commonly, matter of fact, progress we made. Yeah, definitely. And I think we're going to see a lot more of this too. And I think the problem with literacy, here's another really big reason why literacy is falling off. Reading requires direct, immediate, uninterrupted interaction. So, like, for example, if you're a teacher, right, or something like that, or sorry, not teacher, if you're like on your computer and you're reading something, that has to be on your main monitor. You can't listen to it while you're doing something else. Reading is something that you can't multitask in, generally, right? You have to actually read the words on the page and be thinking about what the words mean. Because if you don't do that, you're probably not going to listen to it. So the issue is that now people are so used to overstimulation with like 2 or 3 different input systems at all times. Like, how many of you guys are playing video games on a Discord call listening to music? Well, you can't do that while you're reading. So because there's like a stimulation fucking stimulation inflation, nobody's fucking reading, because reading doesn't get the dopamine going in the same way that scrolling TikTok does super fast or anything like that. And so that's really what I think it is in a lot of cases. Yes, people are pushing. I think that there is a degree where people are looking for dopamine so much that they push themselves into sensory overload. And you can see this with little kids that do it all the time. They'll have like a phone, a tablet, and they'll be looking at TV all at the same time. And you ask your kid, like, or not your kid, you ask the kid, what are you doing? And I don't know. Doesn't even know what he's doing. He's just doing it. That's it. Internet curfew, unironically. Oh, I'm being serious. How would you add dopamine to reading? I don't know. I don't think that not everything has... At a certain point, there are certain issues that you can't gamify every issue, okay? There are people that play every game on second monitor while the first one is playing on a stream. Yeah, exactly. Like, how many of you guys right now are listening to my stream on your second monitor while you're either probably working still, maybe still working, or you're doing something else? A lot of you guys are doing that. And so you couldn't do that if I was writing. You would have to actually sit down and read it, what I'm saying. And here's a very interesting question. When was the last time that a book was written or something was said that, or something was written down that actually had a large cultural impact? When was the last like really big book that was written that had a large cultural impact that people cared about? Harry Potter. That's probably the best example. That's a good one. And you think about like Harry Potter, and that's a book that's written for children, right? It's written for kids. And the 3-body problem, yeah, I guess that one's kind of like, I've seen some people discussing that. 50 Shades of Grey, that's not the same thing, but either way, maybe Da Vinci Code, yeah, but there are some minor examples. But if you think about like all the books that people read in school, none of them are very contemporary at all. Generally, it's all the same books from, you know, the old times. And I think that the reason why is because people just aren't communicating, and written media, like, when was the last time an article was written or something was written down on social media that everybody read and cared about? Besides like a twit longer about how some streamer is a fucking rapist or something. Like, besides that, when was the last time that happened? Yeah, exactly. Basically never. Grok's Crash Out. Mecha Hitler. That's another one. The Painter's Book. Yeah, probably Luigi's Manifesto. Ironic, isn't it? But yeah, I think that probably more people read Luigi's Manifesto than most of the books written in the last 10 years. Straight up. Do you think we'll hit diminishing returns with impactful literature? I think that the problem is that, so why is it that people aren't reading and don't care about literature in the same way? There's a number of reasons. Number one, people can't visualize ideas. Number two, people can't read. Number three, it's not stimulating enough. And number four, it's just not seen as something that's interesting to do anymore. So you put all of these things together and you don't have any of that happen. The stories suck. I don't think the stories, I don't think that, I don't know, I'm trying to think of like, a book. What is a good example of this? I don't think Beowulf is any worse than the new Thor movie. Okay, I feel like, yeah, Treasure Island, yeah, something like that. 1984 is not worse than I don't know, the new Superman movie. It's better, yeah. And so that's it. It's not good enough to just read if you can't comprehend what you're reading, and many people can't comprehend anything they read or hear. Well, the reason why, though, why are people not able to comprehend what they read or hear? I'll tell you why. It's because they have no frame of reference to process the information in. That's the reason why. And so they have no other way to do that or to talk about it or think about it because there's nothing that they can base it off of. That's the big issue. It's the book's fault? Yes, it's obviously the book's fault. And lack of imagination. Books are very well regulated, yes. AI is already smarter than our children. Well, it's smarter than adults, too, I would say. Guys, read and master a Margarita, a great book. People don't openly talk about good books because they push only manifestos and boring political books. I think that most books that people discuss nowadays are political. Yeah, I do think that's a big factor. Yeah, it's a lot of those things are very much big factors. Maybe we should just go Amish, like pre-internet, and still have electricity. People over-idolize old things, which is why old books are read into and looked at better. In 100 years, some of the modern books will be read. I don't know. I don't think that's... I personally don't think that's true. Or at least not at the same ratio, but we'll see what happens. Do you think that we're witnessing at the start of the end of our civilization? No, I think it's just the beginning of a new type of civilization. I don't think there's anything that's like the end of civilization or anything like that. No. It's just very simply that I think a lot of people are just kind of tired of dealing with just in general the way that kind of stuff happens, right? Like reading or anything else like that. More so audiobooks are more consumed nowadays. Well, audiobooks are a very different medium, aren't they? I think that they're a very, very different medium. Idiocracy era? Well, I think that what's happening now is that also there's going to be a lot of people who don't really need to know how to read. That's another big factor. It's because, like, basically machines and automation and technology are going to do so much of your thinking for you that you're not going to need to come to conclusions on your own and even apply any level of critical thinking at all on your own. Because, let's be honest, the machine already does it for you. Grok, summarize this for me. Grok, what does this mean? Like, I don't know, guys. That's how I see it. How do illiterate people use a smartphone if they can't read? Because people are so... This is like what I was saying before, is that they can read a tweet, they can read a meme, but they can't read the instructions of something. They can process information. Basically, they can eat French fries, but they can't eat a hamburger. Does that make sense? Yeah, the world became faster. Yeah, they can recognize patterns and stuff like that. And how many people make decisions based off of the headlines? Yeah, they're functional illiterates. Yeah, exactly. Kind of like cyberpunk. Implants will happen even a bit far. Yeah, I think that's actually a good insight. I like that. Differentiate illiterate versus reading comprehension. Well, it's that. And also, I think reading comprehension, like if you can't comprehend what you're reading, you're basically fucking illiterate, right? Like, that's like me saying, oh, I can read Spanish, and I read a paragraph in Spanish, and somebody asks me, what did it say? I'm like, yeah, I don't know. Like, that means you can't fucking read Spanish, doesn't it? And so, yeah, I mean, if you might as well fucking be. And so I actually read the most. I'm commuting to work. So you're reading while driving? That's interesting. Very interesting. Maybe you're on a bus. Maybe that's it. And instructions on my Pokemon Red Hat, reading optional, but required to enjoy the story. Yeah, sure. My reading level is around grade 11, and I'm not strong at it. It takes me a while to read words, and sometimes most people don't know how to understand words but pronouncing them. Well, that's fine. I mean, mistakes happen, and not everybody's going to understand everything. But I do think that reading is a big issue. I used to write things on my Twitter a lot. I used to go and write out like twit-longers about my opinion on things. And I guess I just stopped doing that because I thought videos were a better way to do it. But I do think that writing things, and also this is another big issue, is that writing is an art. And a lot of writers are either robots or theater kids. And let me tell you something. I don't know which one's worse. I don't. They're so annoying. They're awful. Yeah, it's a brain exercise. Yes, sometimes both. Yes, sometimes both. Exactly. And I've seen this happen a lot, and it's been insanely fucking annoying for me to look at. So, yeah, I think it's just going to be more of the same stuff in general.
Let's get started here with LawTube versus Hassan. And this is something I thought up after pretty much most of LawTube has commented on this. Now, I know there are a few members of LawTube that have not, and I'm not going to say that all of LawTube agrees with me or, all of LawTube endorses me, but enough have commented that I can say the general consensus of LawTube is X, right? And I think that's fair, at least of the people that consider themselves part of LawTube as a greater thing, not as a collective entity, but as a group of individuals that stream on legal topics. And for those that don't know what LawTube is generally the legal streamers or the legal video makers on YouTube. Now, that can be a broader definition, that can be a more narrow definition, but generally people that are out there educating people and entertaining people related to legal topics. There are lots of different channels out there that are doing legal streaming. A lot of them focus on criminal streaming. So they'll focus on trials, they'll focus on maybe a murder case or whatever else, right? Many of them were doing the Reed trial recently. And there'll be other trials that they cover in the future. And while I will sometimes cover court cases that are of personal interest or that seem particularly spicy, I don't always do that. Many other channels do that better than indeed I do. And one of the beautiful things about LawTube, one of the things that's really awesome is every single lawyer within this has their own specialty. They all have their own thing that they're really good at, their thing they know a lot about. And that's sort of like having a law firm. At a law firm, especially a big law firm, you have different senior partners that are special at different things and that have different focuses. And that's one of the great things I find about this community is that you can turn to a person who perhaps has more niche knowledge than you in that area if it's of their area of specialty. So I think that's a pretty cool thing. It's a really cool thing. And one thing that's really amazing is that we can always disagree on legal stuff and still be cool with each other, which is always very nice. I do enjoy that. Let's get into it. Okay, the Hassan Orbital lawsuit. So this is something that's really shocking to me, and something that I was really surprised about is that there is unanimous agreement amongst lawyers. So I have not seen a single lawyer on the internet, and I've looked over the past week, that is said, or 2 weeks actually, that is said that any of the orbiters, that's Denims, Casey Tron, Frogan, even Sean the Black, even though he's not being sued. We're going to get to him. Don't worry. Oh, don't worry. We're getting to Sean the Black. I haven't seen anybody say they're going to win on the merits. Not one person. You know how many lawyers like to disagree with each other and think they're going to win, that, we're going to argue the other side or argue, devil's advocate. I have not seen one that's to say, nope, this is looking good for them. Now, of course, there's no guarantee, which is my second one. There's no guarantee. But Ethan Klein clearly has a legal upper hand, right? So obviously, there's never 100% shot, but all of them have said it doesn't look good for the orbiters at the very least. And that's saying something. That's definitely saying something. Someone brought up, I think there's someone brought up someone who was defending the orbiters, but the only defense I've heard of the orbiters, and there's one, there's one minor character, and he did not actually say they were going to win on the merits, from what I heard. All he said was the system was broken, and it's a systemic problem, and it's not fair that people with a lot of money win. That's not saying they're going to win on the merits. So he did not say that they're going to win in court. What he said was the system's not fair. And that's just being contrarian to be contrarian. And that's being emotional to be emotional. And that's not what lawyers should do. So yeah, that's a that's a very, it's funny, but it's not going to win in court, right? It's not going to win in court. Okay. Damages could very well sink the creators forever. The legal funds won't help. So the legal funds are not going to really help these creators because, number one, they're probably not even enough to pay for the lawyers. And number two, even if they have a legal fund, and even if that funds their defense, and they lose, which they probably will, they're going to be done. They're going to have a lot of their assets at risk for a very long time. It's not going to be good for Denims, Frogan, or Casey Tron at all whatsoever. So I think the damages are something they should be very, very worried about. And I don't think even Daddy Hassan is going to be able to financially bail them out from how deep of a hole they're going to get into. And last, and this is a great one, Sean the Black got lucky he's a nobody. So Ethan Klein had talked about suing Sean the Black. And I had no idea who this guy was. I didn't even know what the hell happened. Because he was accused, I guess Ethan was accused of being a misogynist, I guess, because he only sued women. So he wanted to throw Sean the Black in there. He was dead to rights in terms of what he did. I'm going to show you one, and this is just one instance in his overall reaction video where he clearly said something very incriminating. So let's leave this. Let's pull this up here.
Bro, you can't just say like, oh, everybody's loving it because you sent your audience to go like the video. And then like, for the most part, people just genuinely aren't watching the video on the main video feed. You know what I mean? The only people watching the video on the video feed are the people who like the video. Everybody else has decided to not give it views and watch it everywhere else. You know what I mean?
So right there, he said the magic words. Everybody else has decided to not give it views and watch it elsewhere. And the only reason, right, is because this guy has like 17K subs and this video got 8K views. That's nothing. That's a joke, right? He's got 17K subs. That's a nobody. That's nothing. That's a joke. This video got 8K views. That's nothing. It's not worth Ethan Klein going after him because he's really so broke and so puny, right? So I think he just got lucky. Generally, that he wasn't sued because he really wasn't worth it. And Ethan was like, "Look, I've already got 3 lawsuits. I'm already, paying my lawyers enough. Do I really want to pay my lawyers another, $50,000, $100,000 to go after this extra guy? And when he's kind of penniless, and he's kind of a loser, he's kind of a nobody. Probably no. So I think that was probably the decision that came down the pike regarding Sean the Black. Even though a lot of his statements just as incriminating as Denham's and Frogan and Casey Tron, and would put him in a similar position to those other folks. So we talked about the orbiters, right? And how they're screwed. Let's talk about Hassan again, because I want to go over some things. And then we're also going to go over after this some defenses people brought up. So brandishing what appears to be a weapon with the intent to intimidate violates California law. And I want to reinforce that it doesn't matter whether it's an airsoft or not. So a lot of people really care about it being airsoft. It doesn't matter. When you look at the California statute, which we've looked at before, but I'm going to look at it again. When you look at 653.2, which is right here, it doesn't matter what it is. If you have the intent to place another person in reasonable fear, and then you publish their image, right? Such as their digital image of that person, even a public image. This is a big deal because a lot of people, especially when we get to the next one, think it has to be a private image. No, any digital image, even a public one, even their Facebook profile, even their Instagram. When you publish that with the intent to intimidate, you violate California law. And I know that this doesn't constitute what the regular person would call doxing. Showing a public profile can be impermissible if you're doing it with the intent to intimidate or threaten. And that's what Hassan was doing. So while most people will not consider this doxing because it's public information, it is indeed criminal. And once again, even showing public information, if you do it with the intent, if you do it with the threatening nature, that's a problem, right? That's definitely a problem. This prevents people from pulling up public pictures and, saying whatever they want to say about it and being like, hey, go get this guy, right? Which essentially, if you think about it, right, with Hassan's large audience, him pulling up a photo and going in on a guy while he's holding a gun is sending a message to his audience that they need to go get this guy, that something needs to happen to this guy. Just saying. It's the intent. It's the intent that makes the difference. So the turning here is the state of mind. And what was his state of mind? And I think it's pretty clear. It wasn't a happy-go-lucky state of mind. We'll say that. Also, this is something that people brought up, and this is a very good point. If it was an airsoft gun, because people were saying it's an airsoft gun. I don't believe it was an airsoft gun, but let's pretend it was an airsoft gun. Then apparently modification is illegal under SB 199, which is California law. I did not know this. This is something I learned, right? Thank you, chat. Thank you, commenters. Thank you, people who email me. Apparently, even if it was an airsoft gun, it was illegal to modify it in California, which once again, Hassan should thank the great state of California, because pretty much, many of these laws are only California laws, right? Or specific California laws, right? But California requires that orange tip. Let's continue here. So obviously there's more information and more defenses and stuff that was brought up. One thing I want to bring up real quick, and this is a good one, because some people brought this incident up. If you don't know, this is obviously more critical here. And he has he had an incident. He had an incident with Sneeko. I had the video pulled up, but I pulled it down and closed it at some point. But if you remember, Sneeko threatened him, and Sneeko was talking about clips. He's like, oh, look at these clips. So What Most Critical did was, in true Florida man fashion, much like myself, said, "You idiot, these are not clips, these are mags. This is a magazine," right? And he showed him that and he educated him on that. He was doing an educational, and I'll put this one up, educational demonstration using a weapon for reference. There was no threat there. So when people say, "What about Penguin Zero? What about Moist Critical?" No, 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 no. He didn't threaten them. He just showed that Stika was an idiot and didn't know what he was talking about, right? And educated him on, gun terminology. That's not a threat, right? So anybody who brought that up is what about this guy? And by the way, I love the what aboutisms. It's great. There was no threat there. If you find education threatening, that's your problem, right? And maybe that's Hassan's problem too. Hassan finds my education threatening to him. And I'm sorry, Hassan. I'm just trying to help you learn and grow. I'm trying to teach you big words like vexatious litigant. The word you don't know how to use. Yeah, we're gonna teach you big words, Hassan. You can be a big boy. Learn how to speak English properly. So let's talk about Hassan. Okay. So in case you don't know, this is Hassan with his friends on Trash Taste. So he visited Japan as a tourist, right? And he talked about moving to Japan. But one thing is that Hassan, unlike many other people, and this is a little educational immigration law and moving to other countries, particularly moving to Asia segment here, is that Hassan has no ability to be a long-term resident elsewhere. His buddy Connor, Sea Dog VA, he's a long-term resident of Japan. He's an expatriate. He works for an agency, so he has a long-term work visa. He had to go through a criminal background check. He had to go through lots of other vetting by Japan. So he's good. And Japan wants him here long-term. Then we have our buddy Ramzi Khalid Ismail. So Ramzi Khalid Ismail came in as a tourist to Japan. He did not have a long-term visa. He did a tourist exemption. And he came in under this tourist exemption, no background check, no criminal background check, unlike Sea Dog, because long-term residents have to have this. He came in and became a tourist that became a criminal. So he was arrested. He was officially a criminal in Japan. He's banned from the country for 5 years. Now, Hassan is not yet a criminal, but he's only a tourist. And he will always be a tourist because of two things. First of all, his association with questionable individuals. So he had his global entry revoked. So you have to clear a pretty extensive background check to get global entry. Global entry, that's an expedited entry whenever you enter the country after traveling abroad. But beyond that, the one real reason why he could never make it abroad and why Hassan will have to stay in California for the rest of his days is because Japanese defamation. He would never be able to move to Japan because in Japan, defamation is both criminal and civil. And under Article 230, it prohibits publicly defaming another person by alleging facts. So all of this streaming that Hassan does, he nonstop defames people. And there's no defense for that that's going to work for him. Because in order to defend yourself in Japan, you have to allege true facts in the public interest for the public benefit. So, for example, that would be covering like a criminal case or covering like big news. But you do not have a right to call somebody names without a reasonable basis for that. So Hassan will never be able to live anywhere in Asia, much less Japan.
Hello, guys and gals, me Mutahar, and ladies and gentlemen, you know, nothing is safe. Linux isn't safe, Windows isn't safe, Mac isn't safe. And the reason I'm making this video is because I am looking at around a 12-year-old exploit that has actually been discovered. So this guy called Rich Murch, researcher extraordinaire here, actually found a 12-year exploit that remained unnoticed, despite it being present in the code all along. Now, one of the things that I always hate is when people get this false sense of security, like, oh man, I use Linux, I should be safe. I use Mac, I should be safe. You know, they watch those old ads. I'm a Mac, I'm a PC, and it's always the PC that gets all the venereal diseases by connecting to the internet, which can be true. Windows is generally targeted because most people use it, but there's also people that target Mac systems. We've looked at Mac viruses on this channel. But today we're going to be looking at something Linux related that can be quite dangerous if you don't update your stuff. So the TLDR, if you want to be completely safe and you're on Linux, just update your system. Okay, all the updates are floating out there. But let's say that you haven't updated. How would some guy who gets access to your computer just decide to get complete and total access by going all the way from the local user to the super user? Now, to give you an idea of what the super user is, inside Linux, okay, there is a command known as sudo. It's not so much a command as it is an actual program. So for instance, let's say that you open up that scary, spooky terminal shell, and let's say that you ask, you know, what's sudo? So sudo is just a program, user bin sudo. And of course, over here, it's been marked for the process IDs of 1. It's been marked for root. Now, this is a program that has been marked for having that root access. Just the mere act of running sudo and reading these usage prompts, it will basically be running at that super user level. So it's kind of like when you get a program on Windows and you right click and hit run as administrator. You should only ever do that for a program you trust. If you just give everything arbitrary, like complete super privileges on your computer, you could land in some pretty nasty water, okay? At least security-wise. So of course, how does this actual attack work? It's actually quite interesting, as much as it is really scary. So the guys over at Red Hat, you know, they were saying that the flaw was found in sudo. This allows a local attacker to escalate their privileges by tricking sudo. So this is more of a logic bug than it is like something like a memory or something, right? So basically, we load an arbitrary shared library using the user-specified root directory via a chroot option. An attacker can run arbitrary commands as root on systems that support etc nsswitch.conf. Now, how do we convert this nerd speak? Let me walk you through it, okay? That etc nsswitch.conf, yeah, most of your Linux systems definitely support it. It's a very crucial part of many Linux systems. That chroot that they're talking about, if you ever followed my Arch Linux installation videos, that should be a command that you know of. So to give you an idea of what chroot is, change root, that's how it's, you know, that's how it's named. The general idea is, you know, you basically create like a sandbox or a jailed environment that you can root into. Now, when you saw my Arch Linux installation videos, a lot of that stuff was, you know, partitioning your system, putting up a very basic installation of Linux, just enough for you to chroot into it and basically, you know, switch those root accounts. And you could modify that version of Linux that you were building and then eventually boot into it as it was a native install, right? Now, the context here is this is arch-ch root, which is more of a wrapper that is specific for Arch when setting up environments, correctly, of course. But regular ch root, which again is, inside Linux, is more for general like recovery, sandboxing, things of that nature. So again, it's not entirely the same context, but again, what you really have to know is ch root is initially meant for more like sandboxing, things like recovery, other, natures. So what's basically being leveraged over here is a pretty interesting attack. And thankfully, the individuals behind here, Stratascale, made a really good Docker container that allows me to show you how this stuff kind of works. Now, underneath Linux, that NS switch that they were talking about is a pretty integral part. So we call it the name service switch. And I guess the best way to put it is like when you're looking for information regarding passwords, users, groups, protocols, and so forth, what it does is it provides Linux a way to, it tells like the system where to look for that kind of information. So whether that be in your file system, whether that be with these.
Are you sick of paying for Windows just so you can remove that annoying watermark and set your own wallpaper? Or maybe you just don't want Microsoft tracking you, or you resent them for constantly trying to force you to use Bing? Linux Mint might just be the operating system for you. And unlike other Linux distributions that can have a fairly steep learning curve, Mint bills itself on being very easy to migrate to, even if you've only ever used Windows. But is it right for you? And what should you know before taking the plunge? The first most important thing to know is that Mint comes in 3 different variations that are officially called flavors, which, makes sense for an OS called Mint, right? You've got Cinnamon, which is a full-featured operating system and looks the nicest. Mate, or Mate, which I think is what it's really pronounced, which has fewer features but is faster and more stable. And XFCE, which is even lighter than Mate. I was kind of hoping that there'd actually be flavors, Like, we've got cinnamon, why couldn't we have had cherry, or blueberry, or like chocolate? Oh well. Anyway, for most people, cinnamon will be the way to go, with the other 2 flavors more for users needing extra stability for some specialized applications, or for folks who are running very low-spec hardware, or, just plain prefer the older style interfaces. In fact, Mint actually recommends just 4 gigabytes of RAM and 100 gigabytes of free disk space for optimal performance. So yeah, even Mint Cinnamon is not at all hard to run on any reasonably modern computer. And it can be a great way to breathe new life into an older PC that you just have lying around. Setup is also pretty similar to Windows. You just create a bootable USB, insert it into your PC, and start it up. And then you follow the instructions and you're done. But once you have it set up, what can you do with Mint, and how does it compare to Windows? We'll tell you right after we thank Manscaped for sponsoring this video. Christmas is right around the corner, and their new Performance Package 4.0 will make a great gift. It includes their waterproof and cordless Lawnmower 4.0, their Weed Whacker ear and nose hair trimmer for tricky trimming, and their Crop Preserver and Crop Reviver for your deodorizing and hydration needs. For a limited time, you also get 2 free gifts: the Shed Travel Bag and the Manscaped Anti-Chafing Boxer Briefs. Don't wait, go to manscaped.com and use promo code TECH for 20% off your order plus free international shipping. Although we're not saying that Windows is a bad operating system, I mean, I would, Mint does actually have the advantage of being generally more stable than Windows. For starters, there just aren't as many pieces of malware written for Linux out there in the wild. And Linux doesn't just give programs run by the user the same permissions to go meddling around in the file system that Windows can, at least not by default. But Mint specifically has another trick up its sleeve to make it more stable. Mint's update cycle tends to be rather conservative, so the odds of an update wreaking havoc on your system are quite low, especially if you use the Mate or XFCE flavors. The trade-off is that some of the very newest hardware or software may not work as intended if you're an early adopter, but for most casual users, it shouldn't be an issue, especially if you use Flatpaks. But it's not just about stability. It's also about usability. Mint has support for all the major modern audio and video formats. Just make sure you check the box to install the relevant codecs automatically during installation. As far as doing things outside of a web browser, Mint comes with a well-regarded software manager that lets you download tens of thousands of programs from a repository. Kind of like the App Store or Play Store, or I guess even the Microsoft Store for Windows, except you'll actually use this one. And these aren't just Linux substitutes for well-known programs either. There's Steam, Blender, and Skype all available on Linux as well. And as in Windows, there are quite a few user-friendly customization options to make the OS look and feel the way you want. But even if you change nothing, Mint does have a similar feel to Windows out of the box with a taskbar and start menu. So you'll probably won't be left scratching your head as to how to accomplish most basic tasks. Even gaming is surprisingly doable on Mint, as Steam has thousands of titles compatible with Linux, and Mint's driver manager will also keep your graphics card drivers up to date. To top it all off, Mint functions without collecting your data like Microsoft's faced criticism for doing in recent versions of Windows. But remember that as popular as Mint is, we're not necessarily saying to go out and immediately ditch Windows. I mean, remember that Mint is still a fundamentally different operating system, and there are some Windows programs that just do not have Linux equivalents, unfortunately. So if you really do need to run one of those applications, you'll need to use some kind of compatibility layer or emulator even, and performance with those can be hit or miss, although Wine has gotten pretty good in recent years. Similarly, although Steam now has an impressive library of Linux-compatible games, many others do not play nicely with Mint, especially if you're trying to use a different installer such as Origin. So if there's a title that you really want to play, check to ensure it's supported before taking the minty plunge. Anti-cheat is still a big problem. There are even some games that have Linux versions that are actually fairly buggy, and Linux users who know their stuff will want to use the Windows version in Wine or Proton to get around this. But what about Ubuntu? Another free Linux distro that many have also lauded as being friendly for beginners. Like Mint, it's also quite popular and is what Mint is actually originally based on. But it has a few quirks that are leading us to recommend Mint instead if we were picking between the two for, the beginner type of user. Ubuntu's user interface is much less similar to Windows than Mint, so it might take a little longer to get used to. And it also collects telemetry data that might make it less appealing to folks concerned about privacy. Ubuntu also has a walled garden of sorts in their software distribution platform called Snap. Downloads from Snap often take a little longer to run as they contain extra files that should allow them to run on any Linux distro. It's not a bad idea, but this means that you get less control over exactly what is downloaded to your PC. Snap is also controlled by Canonical, the company that develops Ubuntu, which has made lots of Linux enthusiasts concerned that Ubuntu might become a walled garden of sorts. So if all of this has made you decide to hop on the Mint train, I wish you luck. But don't expect it to make your computer smell better. Only RGB can do that. Thanks for watching, guys. Like, dislike, check out some of our other videos, comment with video suggestions down below, and don't forget to subscribe and follow.
Protocols, whether that be with anything, it gives you a place to look for information. Now, the thing about this is, obviously, the best close non-tech analog that I can provide is, I guess it's kind of like a contact book in a way too, right? Like, you know how you have people named as like mom or, specific names, and those names have like actual 9-digit cell phone numbers or however many digits, wherever you live, attached to it. So generally speaking, you probably don't open up your phone app and enter the numbers one by one. You probably go to your contact book, tap a name, and as soon as you tap the name, that human readable input, it then goes to the machine readable actual cell number and just dials for you. I guess that's the closest analog that I can put it. That's about the closest way to provide. But on the deep nitty-gritty technical side, for Linux, the name service switch is exactly when it comes to querying information, it just tells it where to look for. Now inside the CVE, the actual proof of concept they made, they provided this like code, and just show you what's kind of going on over here, they make their own shared library, relating to that actual NS switch. Now what they're doing in this proof of concept is they're actually creating a shared object, a piece of code over here, and of course it's in C, so they've got a constructor coming in where, it's running before the main. The startup in this case are changing the user ID to 0, they're changing the group ID to 0, they're changing the directory all the way to root, which is that slash, and then of course they're running all of the stuff, and this is what's going to happen. They're going to open a shell in this situation. But again, you can't just, set your IDs to 0. You can't just set your ID to root. You have to go through a different step, and this is where they're going to build an environment that's going to trick it. So now these next 4 lines are pretty important. What's basically happening over here is line 1, we're making directories, 2 directories, woot/etc and libnss, which is where we're going to be storing these malcrafted files. So the next is where we're echoing a password into a new file we make called woot/etc nsswitch.conf. Now remember, a normal nsswitch.conf will ask you to query things like your file systems, but here the attacker is making the system query woot1337. So now when sudo runs with those, root privileges as it's given, it will load up woot1337, the shared object, in that libnss folder, from my understanding. And this is where, again, the real sauce starts to happen. So what'll happen is the system's real group will be copied into the chroot, as the 3rd line shows. And then the last is, of course, the compilation of the C code that was written above in that woot1337 shared object. So now when you go underneath it, where it's echoing woot, right, that's sudo-R woot, what that'll effectively do is it will, get sudo to chroot into the woot directory, and then the next woot in this situation should basically just be the command. And again, what's happening is once you're inside, sudo runs in this controlled chrooted environment, that nsswitch.conf posts to the attacker code, in that password query that it's providing. And of course, the malicious shared object is then loaded, and of course the exploit runs. You're set as user root, and a shell is spawned. And now I get to show this running in a provided Docker container that these researchers have given. Now to show you how this works in action, they provided a Docker container, which is basically just like a standard Ubuntu installation alongside the affected versions of the sudo program, right? So again, the only thing in here is that chwoot.sh file, that script. So if we just run this, ladies and gentlemen, what you have to look for is the word pwn, right? So we're currently in the user. Now if we hit enter, woo, all of a sudden, we're now in that root directory, ladies and gentlemen. We have now gotten those super duper elevated privileges. So if I exit, you can see that all I can see is all this stuff right here. Now, if I go back into the root directory, what you can do over here is you can, in fact, nuke your entire system. Now, what can you do as a super user? Well, you could run really dangerous commands, ladies and gentlemen. Now that you have access to the whole file system, you could theoretically go out of your way and run a command known as sudo rm rf/no preserve root. Slap that enter. Oh, wait. Did we nuke it? Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Again, I don't think I entered this entirely right over here, but again, just to give you a visual understanding, if you ran this command underneath most modern Linux distributions, you can basically nuke your entire installation. You can just delete everything, okay? Much like the old days of deleting System32, which isn't super duper possible these days, just because Microsoft has a lot more permissions in place to prevent people from doing something so fucking utterly stupid, Linux is just like, hey buddy, it's okay, if you want to get rid of everything, you can. Now, the reason why I showed you this command is it should present you the understanding visually that giving any program access like this to your computer, well, they can just do about anything. If they can delete your whole goddamn file system, who knows what else they can do? And really, that's why you have to be careful anytime you super user or like sudo or run something as an administrator. When you give something really privileged access to your system, you're basically letting it have unfettered access to your files and God knows what else. Now again, this was a pretty serious exploit that apparently existed in Linux for over 10 years. And the reason why I'm showing it to you is because A, thankfully it's been dealt with. There's been a lot of patches that have come out. Chances are if you're on Linux, whatever distribution out there, you've probably received an amazing sudo patch. And you probably don't have to worry about this. But if you're somebody that's administering systems, and if you're somebody that is not actively updating your stuff, then you probably should understand that this is a pretty common vector of attack. That sudo program, just sudo in general, has always been a very popular form to attack. You know, for over a decade at this point, well over a decade.
Now, before any of you guys go in the audience, but Muda, what about those Mac guys? Are they unsafe? They also have stuff like sudo and chroot. And while you're right, that does exist underneath Macs, the reality is the big key contention here was NS switch. And since that doesn't exist underneath Linux, at least in a similar capacity, and because that doesn't exist under Mac, and also underneath Mac, there's things like system integrity protection. So generally speaking, unless you really unsecured your Mac, which is not a real use case, these exploits wouldn't really be attacking a Mac user, right? Again, you really have to go out of your way to make shit really unsafe on your MacBook product. Otherwise, you'll pretty much be fine, okay? For the most part, right? Again, totally different circumstances, different security parameters there. This is very much a Linux thing.
And there's been many other ways that sudo has been attacked, but this is one of those ways where I think just demonstrating how easy it was to go from an account that had no privileges all of a sudden to an account that had every single privilege in the book can be very dangerous. And again, if you don't update your shit, if you don't keep things, you know, always on the up and up, then chances are you're always opening up a backdoor some other way for people to get. If somebody got access to your computer and let's say it wasn't encrypted, they just were able to log into a local account, well, they can escalate themselves even higher and do whatever they wanted. If you ran even just a program that was able to leverage this exploit locally and it gained access to super privileged parts of your system, they can start to do whatever they want from it. They can run other pieces of program. They can open up network. They can do whatever it is that you can conceive with this level of access. So yeah, if you want to be safe, just update your system. But hopefully you saw some cool stuff today. Hopefully you had a laugh. Hopefully you learned interesting ways to nuke your system, if you ever felt like it. But ladies and gentlemen, I found this to be particularly entertaining to me. If you like what you saw, please like, comment, and subscribe. Dislike it if you dislike it. I am out.
Hello, guys and gals. Me, Mudahar. And somewhere on the other side of the world, there's a guy that looks suspiciously similar to me doing your AI moderation, all on your social media platforms. Now, of course, ladies and gentlemen, for me, I'm not a Facebook, Instagram kind of guy. In fact, if you know any lore about Mudahar, then 4 years ago, I uploaded a video where I got banned on Instagram. So technically, if you see an account of me, and there is, I'm actually ban evading, and I could be liable to be banned again. You might be wondering, how would I get banned off Instagram? What did I do to get such a ban? Well, I was actually impersonating. See, they said they banned me because I was pretending to be somebody else. I wasn't able to log into my account and nobody else was able to see it. So again, you might be like, well, who was I impersonating? Well, apparently I was impersonating this guy called Mudahar Anus. And of course, Facebook offered me a pretty simple request at the time. They're like, hey, you have a driver's license? And I'm like, of course I do. You want to pass that driver's license over so we can just verify? And obviously, no. All right, there's only one social media service that I've ever given my driver's license, tax information, address, and all that stuff to. And that's probably YouTube, because YouTube actually pays me, okay? It's a very simple thing. YouTube gives me money, I give them my tax information as is required. Facebook, Instagram does fuck and all for me, so I don't have to do anything that they ask for. But obviously, this is not nothing for somebody that has their business all up in Instagram. So for instance, if you go to the top websites in the world, obviously Google is number 1, YouTube is number 2, but Facebook and Instagram come above ChatGPT and all these other social services. So yeah, there's a lot of people that use Facebook and Instagram. There's a lot of people whose business relies on these social media services. And that's one of the reasons why YouTube is not a good idea for a job, because think about it like this. Imagine you're making good money on these sites, right? Well, the algorithm throws you out of favor and you're not making as much money as you were the previous year. Or you just get your account banned and all of a sudden, congratulations, you have no actual income coming into your house. That is a scary thought. Stability is always better than just kind of putting your eggs into one big basket like this, even if that basket is super fucking lucrative. So basically, the whole story about this is a few weeks ago, I noticed that there was a new movement. Facebook disabled me. Instagram disabled me. In fact, if you go to the actual Instagram, Twitter right now, ladies and gentlemen.
Now, it's pretty obvious you know what's going on the moment you touch onto r/Instagram, a community about a million users who are all talking about Instagram, right? It's like kind of how the YouTube subreddit is all about, yeah, they banned ad blockers, can we get them back? This is all about people who have literally said Instagram suspended my business account, my full-time job. One of the biggest nightmares I just talked about happened. Now, this guy said that out of nowhere, he went to Facebook, logged me out, opened IG, was presented with a page that said he had 180 days to appeal my account suspension over community guideline violations that were clearly not true. My first thought was that it's an AI glitch, and it still may be true, and I'm not alone in this. I am hoping I'm able to have access to my account soon, as this is my livelihood, my full-time job. I heavily rely on Instagram for leads. So yeah, and the comments are just filled with people who had all of their stuff here. You know, their tattoo shops, their stores, their livelihoods advertised through social media completely fucking gone. But where it gets really dark is about 2 weeks ago, I saw this post. I am a 17-year-old girl and Instagram falsely banned me for CSE. My mental health is ruined. Now, for anybody that doesn't know, CSE is child sexual exploitation material, or just, that realm of stuff. So it gets to a pretty serious thing. Now, generally, when people get banned for this, I'm a little hesitant on taking their side because, in my understanding, a lot of the systems that power CSAM-like detection and banning are generally pretty good. But there have been a lot of cases, unfortunately, that have surfaced where sometimes using AI to detect illegal material oftentimes develops a false positive.
Now, one of the reasons that I was a little hesitant on kind of making this video is when I found out that a lot of people are getting flagged, I guess, for CSAM material. My understanding is, generally speaking, a lot of the AIs that detect this kind of stuff are actually pretty good. And while there are false positives, a lot of the technology is stuff that is available. For instance, YouTube hands out its CSIA tool entirely for free, I believe. You can just request access. So the way that it works is you have video fingerprinting. So for instance, a known CSAM image, an illegal video or photo, will have a hash fingerprint. And this hash fingerprint doesn't necessarily need to have you open up an individual's photo. You can actually just match this hash across several platforms. So whether you have a photo on, I guess, your iPhone, or you have a video uploaded to YouTube, the fingerprint should trip just based off of the hash that is calculated from the illegal material inside the video or audio, or not audio, but the video or photo. And then, of course, that fingerprint goes to the API tool where YouTube's finger repository, the fingerprint repository of all the illegal CSAM stuff, it matches. And then, of course, a manual review is then done by YouTube where somebody comes in and checks that it's hopefully not a false positive, and then action is taken. So YouTube will communicate with, or the partner in this case will communicate with law enforcement, and so on and so forth. Now, certain times it's not always perfect, right? And I've talked about this before, but there was a situation where a father was flagged with pictures of their child as, CSAM stuff, and then police investigations were started, obviously. But it turned out that these images that the dad had captured, which wouldn't necessarily be something that would be out in the open, right? Since it's an image you've taken, it shouldn't technically be in a public registry. But Google still scanned the image, created the hash, and it tripped something. And obviously this image was meant to go to the doctor, so the doctor asked for this image of, this kid so that they could diagnose and prescribe antibiotics, right? All of this. Now, I imagine with some of the people that have been tripping this on Facebook, maybe the AI has gone a little bit too wild, because there is a massive amount of reports. And again, the reason why I was a little hesitant on this, talking about it, because I don't know if this was like a whole group of bad people who were just basically like, trying to gaslight the rest of the world into thinking that, oh no, we're not doing anything illegal, because my understanding of these CSAM detection bots is that generally they do a pretty good job. And while, yes, like any technology, there's false positives, I wasn't necessarily thinking that, this was like a Facebook screw up. Until, of course, even the company had to acknowledge that there was a bit of a moderation problem or a technical problem going on. And obviously, if people are getting accused of such a heavy thing, that can involve the cops being involved in your life, investigating you. And if you haven't done anything wrong, it's probably one of the scariest things to be accused of, because life ruination actually is the least of your concerns right there. So this user says their Instagram account, only connection to old school and college friends, was permanently banned for CSE. I'm a minor myself. I'm just 17. I've never done anything wrong, never posted anything inappropriate, never harmed anyone. And yet I've been falsely accused of one of the most serious things imaginable. Instagram didn't even give me a proper chance to explain. I submitted my government ID, I filled out their data rights request, I wrote a full emotional appeal through their contact form, explaining that I'm just a girl who lost everything over a mistake. To make things worse, their system asks for a raw selfie as proof from a minor after falsely accusing me of exploitation. The ban has completely destroyed me. My Instagram was not just a social app, it was my diary, my gallery, my memory box, my link to people I may never see again. So this is a pretty serious thing to be accused of, and the reality of it is I don't know the actual poster here, so I can't confirm the validity. But it seems, kind of weird that you get banned off Instagram, and the first thing they do is obviously they want every single image of you, an up-to-date selfie, whatever they can, government IDs, the whole shebang. It's almost like, you get banned and it's like, please let us harvest every ounce of your data, right? You would think that at this point, the 17-year-old girl, if she was accused of this, the cops would absolutely have to be getting involved. And maybe they are, maybe they aren't. I don't know it. When I saw how bad the situation had gotten into, I figured I wanted to make a video because this is something that I've been following for actually years when it comes to like human moderation. So for instance, anybody that doesn't know, Facebook and Meta, a lot of these websites have actual sweatshops all over the world where they have moderators. So this is actually from the Time magazine, where they said in a drab office building near a slum in Nairobi, Kenya, 200 young men and women from countries across Africa sit at desks glued to computer monitors, where they must watch videos of murders. And these guys work for a company known as Sama, which calls itself an ethical AI outsourcing company headquartered in the sunny state of California. So its mission is to provide people in places like Nairobi with dignified digital work. Now, the problem with this kind of work is that at times, companies like Facebook, and it's not just them, they have to pay millions upon millions of dollars to these same moderators because after they look at all of this abhorrent shit in order to moderate their platform of the most insane filth out there, these people develop obvious mental issues, things like depression, various addictions, just because they're moderating some of the filthiest shit out there. And this actually blew my mind because it's like these people's whole job is to look at gore, CSAM, a lot of the most illegal shit sometimes, just to moderate it. And again, this is not a healthy job to have, clearly. So it's because of this kind of a job that a lot of companies have started to rely on machine learning or artificial intelligence in order to remove that human element. Because an AI should, in theory, be able to moderate like a human being if it's trained well enough. And then, of course, down the road, if the AI gets mentally scarred for whatever instance, you can just reset it back to an earlier checkpoint. And, you don't have to worry about actual people being hurt, because of this kind of shit. But what happens when the AI moderation tool fucks up? Well, according to Facebook, they say when we find content that goes against it, our community standards, we may do such thing as reduce the distribution of content on Facebook or mark it as sensitive. So the way they describe it is you have the offensive piece of content that goes through AI technology, and then of course the AI can of course decide to remove content. Sometimes that AI will send it to actual humans, and then the humans may make that, revised decision. But of course, it seems like most of what's happening on Instagram and Meta right now is just AI. So one user says that, they wanted to post so that I could see this and talk about it, which I guess I am. My account only had photos of me and all my friends, 18 plus, and linked to Facebook, dating back to 2010, memories, old friends, nothing remotely inappropriate. So he appeals. He was met with an instant reply. I think any YouTuber that has tried to appeal something on YouTube feels similar, right? Like you send in your whole appeal on a 2-hour-long video. They send you back a minute later and it's like, yeah, we reviewed your content. It's fucked up. Really? You reviewed a 2-hour video in a minute? You must be crazy. The review is clearly automated. Meta says a team looked at it, but their wording admits the team is automated AI. No human actually checked anything. The ban literally says their technology flagged my content, and their technology made the decision to ban me. Absolutely wild. It's a breach of GDPR Article 22, which is European data protection laws. So naturally, I headed to customer support. Meta only offers paid support, so in a desperate attempt to recover my account, he pays $12 on another unaffected account just to speak to somebody. And lo and behold, he gets back AI-generated replies, ignored questions, and then a specialist team that never actually contacts him. Now, people have written about this situation too. This is from January 2025. So they actually do link to a exploit that was being used and reported on as early as the beginning of this year, where a security hole tricked the AI at Meta to apparently disabling any user account easily. So this guy claims that he was banned for human exploitation by AI at Meta. So according to records, pre-authentication enrollment flows or login sessions were completed several times during the month in several countries worldwide, from the Honduras and Ukraine to Iraq and the Philippines. So these login sessions continued without my knowledge until Meta removed all my accounts. So the way they say that they trick the AI is through things like email enumeration, which is testing if like emails or usernames exist during the sign-up process. So if a system gives specific responses like the email's already in use, which you'll see all over the internet, that confirms a valid account exists and paves the way for targeted attacks. And then of course, automated account creation and flooding with fake alternate accounts. If there's enough fake accounts, according to these people, the AI moderation triggers and just deletes everything. When Meta AI receives the fruits of these attacks, like reports, if they are serious, such as this user, removed for child exploitation, they disable, move on. And again, like they say, it's letting an AI drive the whole car. So the problem with this is obviously not that I think Meta is removing accounts without, just willy-nilly. Obviously that is a problem. But the big issue here that I find is when they're saying that you're violating, these child exploitation guidelines. Again, this is a serious crime. And if you're accused of this by Meta or any big corporation or any company, in my mind, it's you take this to the police, you report this over there, and you make this a big deal. But if you're falsely accusing people of being predators, diddlers, whatever, and you let an AI make that decision, I think there needs to be some fucking legal action, okay? Either you go to the big boy courts, or if you're a business, you could probably go to small claims court and just accuse this company of calling you a diddler. I don't even think, and again, I'm not a lawyer, please talk to a lawyer about this, there should be an avenue for you to get some restitution after being falsely smeared by one of the largest tech companies on the planet. Now, even when I talked about me getting banned off Instagram earlier, right? When I got banned off Instagram, I want you to understand, I got banned apparently because there was actually a scenario where people were spamming, right? People were actually link spamming accounts that they did not own and got accounts disabled. Where they say is hackers have found ways to link Instagram accounts to unrelated Facebook profiles before they violate community guidelines. And this not only results in newly linked Instagram accounts being disabled, but also the Facebook profiles of unrelated users, as they're seen as being guilty by association. So it seems like somebody in your network gets banned, and then you get banned because the AI dragnetted you into its moderation. Now, the thing is, again, this could be solved easily, but there really isn't an easy way to contact Meta or Facebook's customer service. So a lot of people that get falsely smeared, they're literally just talking to bots all day, every day. There's very rarely ever a chance that a human being gets to talk to you. For instance, this user says, "You're back on Instagram," and then they have the whole username. "Thank you for taking the time to request a review. Reviewed your account and found that the activity on it does follow our community standards on CSAM material abuse, so you can use Instagram again." And then literally, that was on June 8th, right? So they were allowed back in. Then the next day, your Instagram account's been suspended. It doesn't follow our community standards on CSAM material. So in one day, it's like, you're good. The next day, you're fucked, kid. You're out. We reviewed the account and it still doesn't follow. Now it's permanently disabled. This guy says that Facebook owes him $30,000, okay? Basically, they had 40 million views a month. Facebook stole $30,000 from me. And of course, this guy's thinking, maybe I should go to small claims court. And even then, the lawyers are saying there's probably no legal recourse because he probably signed something in the user agreement that just completely got rid of any, litigation. So this other user gets hit, right? Whole username, everything. And then the next thing is they suspended their account because they don't want children to be endangered. And again, I feel like if they're hitting you with these kind of claims, you should 100% be sent to court. You absolutely should have law enforcement involved. Is the AI just picking up anything randomly and kicking you out? It seems like there is a lot of actual reports that may be more false than real. So it's gotten to the point where obviously the big mainstream news guys are covering it. They're saying that, bro, we're getting mass bans everywhere. People are getting hit with this crazy allegation. People are being alleged of being actual predators, diddlers, because apparently it seems like a Facebook AI is losing it. So nobody knows why exactly it's getting banned because it's not really brought up. Facebook's just like, yeah, we're aware of a technical error. I mean, I guess if the technical error is an AI labeling everybody as a terrorist or a diddler, maybe we've got a fucking moderation problem, okay? Now, the thing about this, and what really speaks to me is, A, I'm not really an Instagram, Facebook user, so this normally wouldn't be that big of an issue for me personally, but knowing where the internet's headed to in terms of AI moderation and just AI everything, an issue that cropped up on Facebook and Instagram, this kind of an error doesn't, seem far-fetched if it starts occurring on something like YouTube, or it starts occurring on something like, Twitter or whatever, right? Any of these platforms people use. Imagine if on YouTube, fucking tons of your favorite content creators, you just see their channels go offline because it's like, yeah, this channel has been removed for violating community guidelines or CSAM guidelines. You'd probably have a lot of questions to ask, as I imagine the public account owners of Facebook pages and stuff. Yes, this is a pretty serious allegation to have. This is a fucking huge problem, and it goes beyond a technical error. And like everyone has said, there's a frustration. Despite Meta saying, yeah, we know there's a problem, there is actually no human, in most cases, to speak about any of these issues when an AI gets involved. And it's eerily similar to how YouTube feels too, because in some times when you get an account strike on YouTube or something, realistically, most YouTubers are running over to Twitter, a completely different platform, where they're going, at Team YouTube, something fucked up, please help me. And it shouldn't be like that, right? If these companies are going to rely on AIs to moderate, which honestly, when it comes to the really illegal stuff, I think is great, just because reducing as many humans from being impacted mentally by the shit they see on the internet is probably a great idea in general. But you still got to have some human beings on the payroll to be able to look at when AI screws up, because AI does screw up quite a lot. And in this case, AI is just pointing out the diddle stick at everyone, okay? It's saying, you're a diddler, you're a diddler. You might be a terrorist. You're impersonating a fat Indian guy on the internet. Ban, 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 ban. Ban! Well, ladies and gentlemen, I wanted to talk about it because I think it's another example of AI going apeshit. And if you want to know another example of AI going apeshit, apparently Grok started thinking it was Mecha Hitler last night. Look that up, ladies and gentlemen. This is me, Mutahar, and if you like what you saw, please like, comment, and subscribe. Just like if you dislike it, I am out.
What you're about to watch is mostly unedited. I stream these calls live and sometimes spend hours or even days talking to these scammers, and typically on my main channel, I edit that down to say 30 minutes. But this is almost the entire thing. Occasionally, we'll cut out long periods of silence, or if I go to the bathroom or something, we'll cut that out. But for the most part, you're just gonna get the complete full experience as if you were really there when I spent hours talking to this scammer. I hope you enjoy, and if you get a chance, maybe share this with someone who you think will enjoy it as well. Know that you're valuable and that you matter. In the time it takes to watch this video, $3 million will be stolen globally due to scams. I'm Kip Ogo. I've been investigating and educating on scams since 2017. My team and I developed Seraph Secure, the first anti-scam software solely dedicated to protecting people from online scams. Seraph Secure is the hero you need, since 1 in 4 people fall victim to scams. Many online scams start with victims being tricked into downloading remote access software. It allows the scammer to take control of your computer from anywhere in the world, as if they were sitting right in front of it. Even if you hang up on the scammer, you're still in danger if that remote access software is not uninstalled. And what do I mean by danger? Well, the scammers will have unrestricted access to your computer, even when you're not using it. This means your personal documents, photos, webcam, passwords, even your bank accounts can be accessed by the scammers. With Seraph Secure, it will completely block these scammers from using remote access software, leaving you and your online information safe, secure, and protected. This service is free, with premium plans also available for more ways to protect against more scams on more devices. Like how Seraph Secure will notify a loved one if you're being targeted by a scam. The financial devastation and emotional toll these scams have on victims deserves a proactive anti-scam solution, a Seraph Secure solution. Get protection for free at seraphsecure.com.
Thank you for calling. Please continue to hold for the next available agent.
Thank you for calling support. My name is Jack. How can I help you?
Hey, Jack. How are you?
I'm fine. What about you?
I'm doing well, thanks. Listen, I'm on my lunch break right now, just going through some of my emails, and I noticed y'all sent me something about an order being placed, and I think that might have been sent to me by mistake. I'd like to get that rectified, if that's all right with you. Is it rectified or rectificated? I'm sorry, I don't remember if it's rectified or rectificated. You'll have to forgive me there.
Yeah, so I'll help you out to get this off. So please let me know. Do you have any order number or any transaction number for that?
Let me see if I can find it. Give me just 1 second there. The order should be HB785449.
Okay. So please let me know, like, when you got this email.
It looks like I actually received the email in question on the 7th, but I only just now am getting around to calling y'all about this, so I'm hoping it's not too late. Also, I'm sorry about my rooster.
Please confirm me the email address on which you have received that.
Yeah, sure. It's havethebestgoats@gmail.com.
Okay, let me check just a second. Got it. So, Miss, as I have checked, you got an email because somebody has set up an account on Walmart by using this email address 5 days ago. Are you aware of that?
Okay. No, I'm not
And from that account, this purchase was done.
I'm not really I'm not really much of a believer in Walmart myself.
Okay, so it means someone is misusing your details to doing this kind of fraudulent
Correct.
activity. So let me create a
That is
complaint
correct.
report
Yes.
for this case and find out who. Yeah. So please let me know. Have you ever shared any of your passwords with anyone?
Any of my passwords with nobody? Well, my husband, my son, things like that. Of course I have.
Okay. Have you ever received this kind of email?
Oh, dang it. I finally found, I was looking for another email and I found it. Can you give me 1 second? I just need to make a quick note.
Take your time.
Okay. Well, I just need to cancel this account and the order, okay?
Yeah, sure, I'll do it for you. But before that, we just need to, first of all, find out who did this thing, because if someone can do this thing once, they can do the same in future as well on different websites also.
Oh, true. That's true.
So the permanent solution is to block those people for permanent so that these things will not be repeated in future. Got it?
Got it.
The Text Now subscriber you are trying to reach is not available. Please leave your message after the tone.
I'm calling about an email I received. I just need to get someone to call me back about this invoice. Thank you kindly.
Walmart, so that we can find out who is doing these things on your behalf. And we're gonna block them for permanent so that these things will not be repeated in future. Understand?
Yeah, no, I appreciate you doing that. How do we do it?
Good. So now I'm providing you. Let me tell you. So now I'm providing you some troubleshooting steps which you need to follow so that we can get off this charge, block those people who did this thing, and most important, initiate the cancellation process of this order.
That
so
sounds
please let me
pretty
know.
involved.
Do you
I mean,
have any
how
laptop?
long do you think that's gonna take? That sounds pretty dang involved.
Yeah. So I understand. So, Miss, for this, we just need you to connect with the secure server. For this, we need a laptop or desktop computer from your side, like or your personal desktop or computer or a laptop.
Yeah, I have one.
So you told me that you are at your lunch right now. So, go ahead.
Yeah, I have a laptop.
Can I call you back 1.5 hours later? Will it be okay for you?
What do you mean?
Okay, so the laptop is be with you right now.
Yes, yeah, I got a couple minutes. I'm just sitting here at
Okay, so
the restaurant that I'm at for my lunch
you are
break.
done with your lunch, or you're still having your lunch?
No, I mean I eat very slowly.
Okay. So let me do one thing.
You know what they say?
Can I call you
Boss
back
makes a
after
dollar,
15 to
I
20
make a
minutes?
dime. That's why I eat on company time.
It happens sometimes. Even like I'm also working for Walmart, and I'll also get 1.5 hours of break, so I also enjoy my lunch break, and I do not come before 1.5 hours.
Yeah, I mean
I
they
also
can't.
enjoy my
They
complete break
legally can't
of
stop me from
1.5 hours.
eating. They can't stop me from eating, and if I eat slow, I mean,
Yes.
there's nothing they gonna do about it, right?
Yeah, even doctors can also recommend you that we should eat slow and easy.
Yeah, I have a note from my doctor that says I have to have at least an hour lunch break.
Oh God, an hour of lunch break? It's too good.
Anyway, what are
Okay,
you?
so let me do one thing, miss. So you are having your pardon me?
Hello?
Yeah, go ahead. You were saying something?
Yeah, I was just gonna say, what do we need to do to get this whole thing straightened out and cancellated?
Okay.
Is it cancellated?
So,
I think.
yeah.
Is that
So
the word
what
for
I
it?
can.
The technical term?
No, it's not cancelled yet. But to cancel this order and get off this charge, for this, I need you to connect with the secure server of Walmart so that we can get off all these things right now.
Oh, okay. Yeah, hey, you walk me through it. You walk me through
So
it.
let me do one thing. Yep. So is your laptop is up now?
Yes.
Good. So please do one thing. Please connect your laptop with your mobile hotspot.
Okay.
Yeah, because we need to troubleshoot from your network only, because someone is misusing your details, not your office details, correct?
Correct. I believe that's the case.
Yeah. So your laptop is connected with your hotspot?
I do have a hotspot.
Okay. So do you have any browser in your
You're talking about the
laptop, like
left
Google
side of me,
Chrome,
right? That's right.
Microsoft
I
Edge?
always take my selfies from the left side. That's my hotspot.
Okay. So do you have any like browser in your laptop, like Google Chrome, Microsoft Edge, Safari, Firefox?
I sure do.
Okay, which one?
It's called Google Chrome.
Okay, please open the Chrome.
Okay, hold on just a second.
Is it? Take your time.
Okay, I got Google Chrome open.
So in Google Chrome, you need to search for www.
Okay.
Support, SUPPORT, support.
Okay.
.me, M-E.
Okay, support.
Search for it and let me know what comes up.
All right.
What comes up?
It says join with a code.
Yeah, please
Support
enter the
connection.
6-digit code which I am generating from the secure server of Walmart. So the code is 864.
Uh-huh. Okay, hold on. Okay, I think I downloaded something.
See the file?
I downloaded something, yeah.
Yeah. Double click on it and open it.
Okay.
What comes
I
up?
appreciate you taking the time.
Thank you. Even you are having a lunch and meanwhile you are talking to me. It's too much good.
Yeah.
So listen to me very carefully now. Now I'm sending you some prompts on your screen on the behalf of Walmart so that we can connect successfully, and then we'll start the work to block those things. So I'm sending you some prompts like allow, okay, and yes. Click every positive response so that we can connect.
Man, I feel like
The
I'm
first
doing
prompt
more
would
work
be
than you are at this point.
Oh God. So the first prompt would be like allow or okay. So please click every positive response.
Where is the form? Sorry.
Like you'll get some prompts on your screen. Prompts. 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 Like on your screen, does it says Windows firewall, something like that? Or user account control is enabled in this PC, something like that.
Are you talking about proms? Prawns?
Yes.
Like little baby shrimp? Prawns are baby shrimp, right?
Yeah. No, I'm not. I'm not talking about prawns. Okay. So look on your screen, bottom. Do you see a shield icon there?
Yeah.
Click on it. What do you see?
I don't know. I clicked something that says application running as Windows System Service.
Okay. So you'll get a prompt on your screen like OK and cancel. So this time you need to click on OK so that we can connect successfully and start the work. So please click on OK. Good. Now we are successfully connected on the secure server. So let me show you how. Do you see this moving cursor on your screen, miss?
Hold on, I got one of those
Moving
chat
round and
boxes.
round
Sometimes they get chat boxes come up about sexy singles in my area. It might be someone I got matched with on Tinder or something.
Let me close this.
Is this a new match from my dating profile, or what is this box?
No. This box showing you that you are connected with the secure server. See that my name is Jack. Your desktop is being controlled remote by Jack.
Oh, that's you?
Yeah, this is me. Like,
oh,
you see this
okay.
moving
I
cursor
thought that
on
maybe
your
was
screen?
someone else. I thought that was some. I thought that was from one of my dating
No,
websites.
this is me. So, yeah. So please rest your mouse. Good. So let me open a text document so that I can provide you all the details on your screen so that the transparency will be visible. Let me open a text document. Good. So, yeah. So let me mention the case report here. So my name, first of all, I'm from Walmart. My name is Jack. My employee number, my extension number.
You
Here I have mentioned
rifled
all
that in there.
all
How
my
did you
details,
do that?
and here I have mentioned. Pardon me?
You got that information in there so fast?
Yeah, I mentioned all the information here. No, I have already created a report on my end.
That's faster than
So
a
I have
Greyhound.
just pasted this. Oh God, I have just copy and pasted that report and that notepad.
Wow. Okay. Yeah. Oh, you copy pasted. Okay.
So just focus on the case once again. So you have received fraudulent charges on email, correct?
Sorry, I just get nervous about. I get
placed,
nervous
correct?
about witchcraft. You know, they never did get rid of all that.
Not to worry. I'll help you to get this off for permanent, and you'll never ever face these kind of things in future as well. Understand?
Okay. I'm just eating my lunch.
Good. So as I have checked,
forgive me for eating my lunch right now.
So a fraudulent. Go ahead. So are you done with your lunch?
No. It's okay though. I'm paying attention.
Okay, so,
it's like a movie. It's like
thing.
dinner in a movie right now.
Okay. So
the last movie I watched was Harry Potter, but that's propaganda right there. They're trying to make it seem like wizards and witchcraft isn't that big a deal, but I tell you what, that Harry Poggers, he's destroying our country. That stuff's real.
Okay, so yeah.
Anyway, I'll keep watching.
So
I'll keep watching.
Focus on this session. Yeah. So a fraudulent charge has been received on email, correct? Fraudulent order has been also placed, correct? Now, as I have checked, a fraud account has been also created on Walmart 5 days ago. I'm sorry, I'm a very bad typer. So please let me know, do you know what is IP address or where it can be used?
Yeah.
Okay, let me tell you about IP address in brief. So IP address stands
whenever
for
we take
Internet
long family
Protocol
vacations,
address.
we RV, you know, we take long trips. And what we normally do is we map it out. Let's say we're going from Louisiana down to Arizona, right? And we'll map out all the different all the different P addresses where you can stop, like restrooms, where you go if you need to go pee.
Yep.
That way
So
we
let me
know
tell
ahead
you,
of time, because we normally
how I
don't
did
pull up none of them MapQuest things on our phone. We just use a
Yep.
piece of paper.
Yeah.
Is that what you're talking about?
So what happens? Like
Never mind.
okay,
Keep
let me
going.
tell you what I'm talking about.
Sure.
So IP address stands for Internet Protocol Address, a unique identification number provided to each and every person of United States and everyone, so that they can access the internet and do whatever they want. But one thing, your IP address is like your online identity on internet. This is your online identity on internet, which should be always in private and protected always. Like you
Oh,
have your social security number or driving license as
like
an
your money,
identity, correct?
like your money. You mean?
No, money is not your identity.
Yeah, but money
But
needs to. It
like
always
social
needs to
security
be
number is
protected.
your
You're saying?
identity. Yeah. Same goes to your IP address.
Yeah, that's why
It
I
should
bury.
be
That's why I
always
bury
in
it in my
private and
backyard.
protected mode. Yeah. So your IP address should be always in private and protected mode, so that anyone will not able to check whatever you are doing online on internet, like downloading, browsing, surfing, searching, anything. Got it?
Okay.
But what happens in these kind of fraudulent cases, customers' all information getting compromised from their IP address only. So first of all, let's check what is the status of your IP address. For this, we just need to open Google here once again. In Google, we need to search for, let me open Google here once again. In Google, we need to search for what is my IP address. And let's check.
Oh, geez, I don't know. I'm gonna guess.
Okay.
Last time I checked, my credit score was like
No.
mid-range. 400.
No, not to worry. I'll help you out. I'll help you out to get this off all these things. So let me open Google here once again. What is my... So is the desktop is working automatically? Or what happened? What happening to this? Are you doing something?
I have no idea what the heck that is. I get all kinds of weird things happening on the computer.
Okay, let me check. Why it is doing this kind of... Okay, let me try to open in this. Oh God, why it is happening?
I'm not sure.
Wait, are the
Okay.
other scammers from earlier on my computer
Yeah,
right now?
let me check what is happening. Are you sure that you are not doing anything?
I mean, the computer's definitely full of malware, but I'm confused.
I'm just watching. I see a lot of things
Can you hear
happening
me?
right. I see a lot of things happening right now.
God,
Is that normal?
What is this? Like, no, it's not normal because I think your computer is working automatically by their own.
What do you mean working automatically? Like in what regard?
Like, I'm not doing this. I'm not opening new tabs and all. Please rest your mouse. Rest your mouse.
Oh. I don't know what that is.
Okay, let me check.
Is it
let me
witchcraft?
check what it is. No, it's not like that. Let me got it. So, do you see those bunch of numbers on your screen here?
No, what the heck is that?
Oh, you see those bunch of numbers?
Yeah.
This is your IP address. And remember one thing, your IP address should not to be visible like this. Because
What happens
a
if it's
protected
visible? What
IP
happens if it's
address
visible?
should be always, let me tell you, your IP address should be always looks like this in encrypted and protected form. But if it is showing like this, it means this
my
in unprotected
heavens.
state. And here is showing the main problem. See that?
Oh my God.
So do you really think that your identity should be or it should be in public state?
This is crazy. No. Of course not. Of course I don't believe that. No.
Exactly. Now we got the main problem. Why your IP?
Wait,
why
so
you're
how do I
getting
make
some
it? How do
fraud
I
charges and all,
hide it?
why
How do
someone
I?
is miss-
How do I hide that and make it so nobody can see nothing?
I will help you out, miss. I will help you out to get this off all these things and help you out to block all these things, whatever is happening right now.
Is it kind of like how
But
you can
before
type your
going ahead and
password into
proceed
chat
further-
and nobody will see it? It'll be automatically hidden?
Oh, shoot, that's an old joke. You should all know
repeat
that
that
that's a
again?
joke.
I didn't
Don't
get
type
that.
your password in chat.
Nothing?
Okay, so let me tell you. So it means the status of your IP address, if it is in public state, it means whatever you are doing online on internet, like from your cell phone, laptop, iPad, any internet connected device, all the information
Okay.
can be visible to those persons who did this thing on your behalf. So here we need to mention some of the details before going ahead. May I know, are you the only one person who is using internet services in your home place, or there are some other persons also?
Sorry, you're gonna have to say that one more time. You're gonna. I'm
Okay.
sorry. You're gonna have
Are
to say
you
that.
the only one
gonna have
person
to say
who
that
is
again.
using internet services in your home place?
Yes. Yes.
Okay. No one. You are living alone?
Ma'am, are you done with your plate? Sorry. 1 second.
Okay. Miss,
Yeah.
you're good. So if
Sorry,
you're
that
the
was
only
someone
one
else
person, then you definitely have
talking to
one
me at the
cell phone,
restaurant.
one
Because I'm at a
laptop.
restaurant right now.
Do you
Remember?
have any?
On my lunch break.
Okay.
On my laptop.
Oh God. So
Right.
yeah. Do you have any computer?
Can you give me 1 second? Hey, ma'am. Can I have a couple more breadsticks,
Okay,
please?
take your
It's
time.
supposed to be endless soup, salad, and breadsticks, and I only got a couple. Thank you. No, go ahead. I'm listening.
Okay. So do you have any computer at your home place or any other laptop?
Yeah, but I mean, I'm at the Olive Garden right now, so...
Okay. Do you have any iPad at your home?
It's funny because he's like, this is your IP address. It's breached, bro. Your identity is done. Oh, I'm at Olive Garden, man.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, no, I mean, I have a couple things, yeah.
Okay, so for here we need to mention the smart devices connected with the internet or those devices which can be connected to internet. So please let me know, do you have any iPad or Alexa, Kindle or any tablet at your home?
Yeah, I do.
How many iPads?
3.
Pro iPads. Any Alexa?
Don't get me started about the number of those little AirPod Pros I lost under my couch and I can't put my hand. I won't go under there. I won't stick my hand under that couch. There's
Oh.
too much. There's too much stuff under there. I don't know what's under there.
Okay. So let me erase that. So do you have printer?
Those are smart devices. I do have a printer.
Pardon me?
I do have a printer. I have a Bluetooth toilet plunger.
Okay.
I got a Bluetooth toothbrush.
No. Though I am talking about that devices which can be connected to internet.
Yes, they're Bluetooth and Wi-Fi
Okay,
enabled.
so these are the on the devices. Good. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So please do one
Can
thing,
you
miss.
do a quick
Please
scan
take a
of?
control of your computer
Do you
and
need to
please
do a
type
quick
in
scan
here.
of the other devices here at the Olive Garden? I mean, it's pretty busy right now. I'd say it's a full house. I mean, there's people waiting to get in right now. I'd say there's at least 100 people on the premises. there's at least 100 cell phone devices.
No, no, I'm not talking about.
What? What do I do? What? What did I do? I mean, I think... Yeah, I mean, I guess we'll just play one game and then we do them. But I mean, I will not play 10 arms. Wait. Do the 10 games solo queue count? With restricted pings? But guys, I didn't even write retarded. I literally wrote RTD. RTD. This is not bannable, no? It is? It's just a new system or what? Get candy, bro. Get candy right. Literally. No, but this had to be this F manual ban. Not a automatic one. I didn't type anything in today. This must have been from yesterday. Or something. Or from the days before. They don't do that shit manually. I mean, that must have been. I mean, I might have called people like bad and say let's FF, but I didn't insult anyone yesterday. No, I did that one game where they grouped up on me. No, I did. If you type GC, you're not the victim. But GC means get candy, which means he should get a Snickers. Because he's apparently hungry and he should get a Snickers and... You know. I will do my best to be a better person. Rap or Red Star has my track. I'll get orb after Leandri's GG question mark. Deserved. Why is he typing Arwin don't? Why does he know that I'm in his team? Why does he have my stream open when he's joining a champ select and listening to me? So this is actually real? Bro, this is like, I am not even surprised, honestly. I'm not even surprised that there's a Nunu support OTP in NA. Like, what is this? I'm the Bardinet of NA. I can't type back. I can't type back. I'm restricted. We're at +1 one before challenger and then this happens. Cloud9 Snow. This is the blood from last game. Someone says he's getting boosted.
For my father.
Yeah, no flash, I mean, but he did. Fuck.
She's gonna try to thug hunt and take my booty hole. Yeah. Hey, I'm only gonna put my hands on you in a very sexual manner. I'm not gay with Hank. But if it would help me get off charges, I'll do it. This is me and my slave. Give me the hat. I don't want the hat. No, man. I'm the master. I'm the slave master. You are the slave.
What's up, everybody? Today we'll be talking about the Johnny Somali documentary that just dropped. Now, just a heads up, the audio might sound a little different. I'm not in my studio right now. I'm vacationing with the family, enjoying life, and I decided to make a little makeshift studio so I can still make videos on the road. But yeah, the audio will be a little different. That being said, today we're talking about Hank because there's a lot of scenes in that documentary that we have never seen before. Now, we've been speculating for some time. that.
Me? Am I
Give me
slave?
the hat. I want the hat. I
Nah,
want the
man.
hat.
I'm the master. I'm the slave master. You are the slave.
What's up, everybody? Today we'll be talking about the Johnny Somali documentary that just dropped. Now, just a heads up, the audio might sound a little different. I'm not in my studio right now. I'm vacationing with the family, enjoying life, and I decided to make a little makeshift studio so I can still make videos on the road. But yeah, the audio will be a little different. That being said, today we're talking about Hank because there's a lot of scenes in that documentary that we have never seen before. Now, we've been speculating for some time that Hank was exploiting Johnny Somali not just for clout, but also for booty. And it turns out that it's pretty much undeniable at this point. So take a look at this.
Living with Hank Yu, a man who's somehow more controversial than Johnny Somali.
I'm like, fuck you. Johnny's also like, fuck you, because our rights are more important than your feelings.
Yeah. I appreciate you.
Hell yeah.
I love you, man. So this has been the duo. This is like really, truly my only friend and confidant in Korea. If it was not for this man, I don't know where the I would be right now. It's insane. Hank is privy to all the shit that has happened to me in this country. And he even thinks it's ridiculous.
It's ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous. I mean, the law itself is also ridiculous. Johnny did nothing illegal, right? But Korean Xers, they are so hard on like that enforcing societal norms on people. Like, I don't like it, so you shouldn't do it.
Right off the bat, there's so much to unpack. First of all, Hank is saying that his rights are more important than our feelings. But what happens when you hurt his feelings? Oh yeah, that's right. He starts threatening to murder people. He starts doing false copyright strikes, doxing, because he's incredibly butthurt. Obviously, he's extremely sensitive. And now the other thing that he was saying is that Johnny Somali did not commit any crimes. He didn't do anything illegal. Then why did he plead guilty? He pled guilty to several crimes. So he knows he did something wrong. If he wasn't guilty of anything, he wouldn't plead guilty. He would just fight it in court, right? Because that's the right thing to do. As usual, they're just talking out of their ass. But soon you're going to see something that is honestly disturbing.
Hank worships George Washington. Hank has George Washington photos. He loves China as well. There's a Chinese flag, Chinese army flag over there.
I believe that George Washington was the greatest man to have ever lived. He single-handedly invented individual liberty. My honor compass is the U.S. Constitution. I've always been anti-Japan and pro-China. Long live China, Korea, Japan.
One thing about Hank is he talks about China every single day. China, we need political asylum. He claims when I was living on my own in Korea, I was very skinny and gaunt, you know, because maybe my diet was not good, but Hank is definitely, people now on the internet are saying I have like a gut and man boobs now because I guess Hank has been feeding, I've been on the Hank diet, you know, Hank has been feeding me so well.
Yeah. Hey,
what?
You want a kiss?
Kiss my cheek, you can kiss my cheek.
Really?
You can kiss my cheek. Thank you.
All right, kiss my hand.
Oh, bro, that's like some slavery shit.
Come on, bro.
I love Hank. This is my brother right here.
Hell yeah.
And this is where we get in the really weird stuff, because keep in mind, Johnny Somali isn't gay. He's not gay. He's not into men. So he doesn't want Hank like this. And Hank has to be getting something out of this relationship because Johnny Somali is flat broke. He doesn't get him much clout. He gives him a little bit of clout, but not too much. And he's causing him a whole lot of problems. Problems with his family, problems with his gym memberships, problems with his business in general, problems with his reputation. So Hank has to be getting some type of benefit out of it. Now, for a long time, obviously, we speculated that it was something of the flesh, and now it's pretty damn obvious, if you know what I mean.
If I call him a gook, you can call me a nigger. Do it. There you go. We're friends.
No, thug.
And we love each other. Thug.
Thug.
No, because then he's gonna try to thug hunt and take my booty hole.
Yeah. Hey.
What?
I'm only gonna put my hands on you in a very sexual manner.
This is crazy. Everybody keeps saying, they keep spreading that me and Hank are gay lovers. Can you dispel the rumor for them, Hank? Or don't say it.
We are not gay lovers because he's not a femboy. Among males, I only like femboys. I think femboys are prettier than women. I just love femboys because They have smooth skin. They have that shape that females cannot offer.
Hank.
I gave a full to a femboy until completion, and too.
And he tells me this story so many times, and I'm like, I don't need to hear this information. He's told me this at least 30 times, this story. Yeah, Hank shows me a lot of thug hunting, a lot of weird stuff, and I'm like basically like, I don't know, like MK Ultra.
Yo, anyone who's arguing incel this, incel that, first of all, incel is a federal psyop. Second, why are you an incel? Just thugs. Yo.
What? What?
I only men. They think me and Johnny are gay because they know I'm bi and I'm a thug hunter.
Really?
Yeah.
Well, I'll say it for the record, I'm not gay. I'm not gay with Hank. But if it would help me get off charges, I'll do it.
So you can see that he is so incredibly uncomfortable. He's talking about getting brainwashed by the gay adult material that Hank is shoving down his throat, metaphorically and physically. And then on top of that, he's saying, you know what, I'm not gay, but if it gets me off these charges, I'll do it. So what Johnny Somali is admitting here is that he's pretty much selling his body to Hank for protection, money, and to be able to get away from these charges. He's actually prostituting himself. And this is This is just insane. Like, it's completely mind-blowing that he's admitting this shit. How low can you go, Johnny? You're already hated by the entire world. Your family hates you, and now you are willingly prostituting yourself to Hank so you can have safety and possibly escape these charges. I mean, this is just ridiculous. He is completely selling out what was left of his dignity, and it's about to be even worse, believe it or not.
I'm weird.
There's nothing wrong with being weird.
Bro, I'm proud to be weird, man. Because you know what? Being normal is boring.
You were known on the internet before me. What's funny is Hank was known as Asian Nazi. The Southern Poverty Law Center made a whole article about you being an Asian Nazi.
Wait, put the...
No, I don't want to do your slave video. No.
Come on, man.
No, I said no. I said no. I'm not your slave.
I got a wild slave over here. Wild slave.
What's wrong with the audio? I don't know what's happening.
I'm the slave master, you know?
Fuck you, bitch ass. I'm not nobody's slave, and I'll never be a slave.
This part is really messed up, honestly. This guy is saying that he wants Johnny to be his slave. And even though Johnny is saying, no, you know, I'm not anybody's slave, I'm not going to do that, he's still friends with him. They're still best buddies. Like, where's your dignity? Where is your pride? Your parents would be ashamed to see you act like this, to see someone so hateful say these disgusting things about you, and still you're his buddy. You're pretending that nothing happened because you don't have any other options. It's really, really sad, honestly. Really sad that you are stooping this low. But, you know, what are we expecting here? It's Johnny Somali. He has no self-worth, no self-preservation instinct, and obviously no pride whatsoever. So this guy is literally exploiting him for his booty, and now he's calling him a slave, and Johnny is just taking and taking and taking it, metaphorically and physically.
Call me Masa.
No!
Masa Hank!
Get the fuck away from me, bro. People are like, if Hank's an Asian Nazi, why is he best friends with a black guy?
People can't take jokes. People take shit way too seriously. It's obvious.
Friends with a black guy.
People can't take jokes. People take shit way too seriously. It's obviously a goddamn joke. Hey, look. Look, this is me and my
Give me
slave.
the hat. I want to wear the hat. I want to wear the hat.
I'm the master.
No. See, that's fucked up.
I'm the slave master. You are the slave.
That's fucked up.
Hey, here.
Well, you want to take a photo of me? What are you doing here?
I'm the slave master. You are the slave. No.
Don't we be angry?
No.
And when I get out of here, a lot of it I do owe to Hank. He's a real man.
Yeah. So, and not to mention that I sacrificed my time and space here. You know?
Yeah. Yeah, this is where I've been living, Alex, for fucking 4 months almost. This is where I've been staying, bro. Yeah, I sleep in there. Hank lets me sleep in the master bedroom. Cause Hank has like a weird sleeping schedule. Hank sleeps like I don't know if he's manic too. I'm kind of manic. I've been diagnosed with bipolar 2 when I was in America. And I actually was taking medication for having bipolar. And I don't know if Hank has some mania too, but Hank sleeps like 4 hours a fucking night. Do you believe in any aspect, Hank, that you have any kind of mental problems? Because people think that I'm insane too.
I mean, I am diagnosed with like bipolar disorder, PTSD, but no, like psychiatry is bullshit.
I think we're gonna leave it at that for now, because this part is just them trying to make excuses, saying that they're mentally ill with bipolar and all that stuff, which they might have it, but that doesn't excuse the crimes that Johnny Somali has committed. Now, there's still a lot more I want to cover in this documentary, especially and exclusively about Johnny Somali. That's the only parts that interest me. And in the next video, I'm going to share you something that is not available in the documentary. It's a screenshot that Alex Novell sent me on Sunday, I believe, last week. And this will explain a lot, trust me. There's a lot more to see, and make sure you're subscribed to the channel. Let's get to 100K. Once again, I apologize if the audio is kind of shit, but I really wanted to make an update on this. Thank you so much. I'll make another video, probably going to post it either tonight or tomorrow morning. So thank you so much, and I'll see you guys on the next one.
Hello guys and gals, me Mutahar, and about a few days ago I made a video about YouTube's insane comment bots, and this is actually a follow-up. YouTube actually did respond to this entire situation. And I kind of wanted to talk about it because, you know, things have kind of escalated a little bit, and it really feels that, you know, this is not some boilerplate nonsense response. Okay, I've been on YouTube for a long time, and, you know, very rarely do you get, like, specialized correspondence, right? Very rarely do you get, like, the contact from YouTube's team that isn't either, like, your video's been demonetized or your video's been hit with an age restriction. No, I ended up getting this important message from YouTube, their partner support. And they reached out to me on behalf of the community outreach team, okay? And they actually brought up that video, the YouTube comment bots are posting CP. Now, inside that, they also said that the video that I made got age restricted. And if you ever want to know what an age restriction does to a video, if the video is doing really well, as soon as you get age restricted, woo, gets hit right in the algorithm, doesn't exist, it effectively is smited. Now, I think the cynical part of me could probably sit here and say, YouTube shut down any criticism. Ooh, they're hiding stuff. Now, I get it. YouTube videos get age restricted, I guess, and, you know, I've kind of learned to accept them. Again, it just comes with the territory. Like I said, this isn't a job of mine, so, you know, whether the video does really well, which that video really did, it got about 500,000 views before it ended up getting age restricted, but let's say that it hadn't, I think it did its job, right? It raised enough awareness for people to not think that this was some under-the-rug joke. Now, for anybody that doesn't know, there's a problem with YouTube comment sections right now where as soon as a video gets uploaded, one of the top things that you'll see, like immediately, no matter who you really are, it feels like the first 1 to 200 comments that show up on a video are entirely posted by spam, by bots. And normally, I wouldn't make a video on this if the bots were just goofy and jokey, because sometimes you'll come into a video and it's like, oh my god, they'll post some stupid chain letter nonsense that you can laugh at, or they can just say, oh, this guy sucks, I'm better, yada, 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 yada. But in the last, like, I would say a year almost, you know, especially in the last few months, it feels like this entire situation is ramped up to an insane degree. Because a lot of the profiles and a lot of the communities that are now sharing this kind of stuff, you know, it's not that they're, you know, posting, you know, slightly racist things or anything of that nature in the comment section. It's that sometimes you go to their profile pictures and it goes to Discord servers or off-platform links that take you to sites that are actually where some really illegal stuff happens. And it was worth making a video on because honestly, it's better to call this out now than have like some mainstream news service call this out down the road and effectively, you know, put YouTube in a really, really rough spot, okay? It's better that the platform self-polices rather than, you know, they don't do a thing and then eventually it becomes a big deal, you know, down the road when, again, someone picks it up that's outside the scope of YouTube. And generally speaking, you should be speaking up and reporting about this stuff as much as you can, because letting it just sweep under the rug is never healthy. It never really addresses the problem. Now, when I made that video, one thing that I have to kind of clarify is, obviously, even somebody on a Reddit came in and was like, are you doing anything illegal by going down these rabbit holes? And I have to just straight up say, in my entire career on YouTube, I have never, you know, even accidentally come across, you know, illegal material on the internet. Generally speaking, what you do is anytime you find something like, for instance, let's say that you're on, you know, your search engine and this Wikipedia page for the word white, right? If you feel that this link contains something illegal, it's not impossible for you to copy that link address and immediately paste it into the FBI cyber tips tool or the relevant authority, okay? Generally speaking, you don't have to view anything illegal to report it. In fact, it's better you don't do that because you don't want to be, you know, consuming any of this kind of content. You don't want to be saving it to your computer, God forbid, just for the purposes of uploading it for a report tool. You can just provide relevant law enforcement agencies or even like YouTube just a link, which is precisely what I did with this letter.